I'm checking if the stream works to YouTube. Right, that works. I need to grab the chat. And I need to put the chat here into my OBS so that I have it available. Hello everybody, welcome to today's Open Saturday game at the International Kriegsspiel Society. We are going to play a campaign battle today that is part of the March on the Rhine campaign, Napoleonic campaign 1813, hosted by Otto and Rankein. And we are currently assembling the players because not all the players who are playing in the campaign are here today to play with us, so we're going to fill people in. Hello, welcome to the team.
Oh, hello.
So, let me see. You are not a player in the campaign, right?
Yeah, no. I'm just joining.
Okay.
Just for the battle.
Right, I guess we'll have to wait and see who shows up
Okay.
of the players. There's another one. Hello.
Hey.
Is there a briefing document somewhere that I can read?
There is a briefing document. I can run you through everything though once we are set up and ready to go.
Okay.
Let me see somewhere.
Should I like download a map or anything like that? I haven't actually played in a live battle before.
Yeah, me neither. So
Okay, so do you guys have access to Tabletop Simulator?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, then that should do it. We have a module for today's game with the basic setup already. And let me see, I guess Otto has put that into the player channels. Yes, he has. So then I will start assigning player channels, I guess. That's mine. Then we have that first division, second division needs to be assigned. Yuki, hello.
Hello.
So this needs to be assigned to Deloitte. Okay, so then we are missing one more player, I guess.
Is there any information on the campaign?
Yes, absolutely. You will have access to that and also to the TTS module once you've been assigned to the player channels. And I guess, I don't know if there's anybody else who's actually part of the campaign going to play with us today, so I guess I will just start to assign the player channels in chronological order then. Or actually, we might be already... be ready to start, right? If I have my own brigade, let me see. Yeah, that I'm not sure about. Do I play my own brigade now, although I'm the division commander, or not? I mean, just for today.
You might have to ask Otto based on how many players there are.
Yes. Sort of delays us a little bit, which is unfortunate. But
the last one of these March on the Rhine battles, I helped out umpiring for,
Okay.
which was interesting. But I've never actually played in one of these.
Gentlemen,
Hello.
no, I have to start moving you to your own channels. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
We still need to do the briefing, right? So we are waiting because we don't know. We are hanging here a little bit in the air.
Okay.
Are
Then
there
I
any
will
more players
just,
joining us today or not? Am I, as I'm today also division commander, am I also commanding my own brigade, or is that
Okay, that's
handled
what
by
I wanted
player?
to know. Then let me just rename the different channels, and then I will come back. I will tell Otto. So you are still not the. You don't know still who is your senior commanders. Is that the question?
No, I will be senior commander today, but the question is, do I also command my own brigade, which I have under my command in the campaign?
Mm-hmm.
Or is there a player coming to do that?
Okay, so I will come back with the answer.
We are the French, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Nice.
I mean, I guess I can already sort of stream that to you. Let me see, stream. There you go.
Okay.
And you can read that as soon as you have access to the channels. You can read that in the briefing document as well, but it might be easier if I just run you through this. So we've been marching up from the south here with basically 3 divisions. Currently 2 divisions are assembled here south of Nauheim. And we have encountered Prussian infantry and cavalry in this area here at the Nauheimer Höhe. There's a cavalry screen with, I guess, the infantry pushing up now. Prussian infantry was pushing down from Niederbrechen to Warschau and is attacking this position. And then we don't know where they actually are right now, another Prussian cavalry column which tried to probe our flank here from Niedersalters to the west, and then retired and moved to the southeast. So they might come up in our rear at some point. To our left in the west, there is a 3rd division, which might be here with us today. They have encountered Austrian troops and should be around Flux here somewhere in this position, but we don't really know what
So
they...
again, Jan.
Yes.
So you're supposed to control only players, so you will be a senior commander. So we will see that you have enough players so that your brigade can actually be commanded by a human.
Okay, so by another player then, yes.
Okay.
6, 7. So how many people are we now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 2 more players.
2 more players. Okay. Thanks.
Right.
Do we have a debrief?
We won't have a debrief afterwards, no. I mean, we can do that in the team, but not publicly, so to say. Not with the umpires and all the other players. So yes, the plan basically is we've retired from the Nauheimer Höhe into this position, and we are now assembled and ready to attack the enemy. The cavalry is going to screen us at Nauheim and Warschau, where the enemy is pushing. And then this is basically my brigade here during the campaign. We'll attack frontally between Nauheim and Warschau, and we will have then more brigades coming up onto the enemy flank. 2nd Division also supporting this attack on the Nauheimer Höhen, marching west to the Mansfelder Kopf to hopefully support 3rd Division's attack. And the cavalry of 2nd Division is going to go on a flanking march to make contact with 3rd Division and then support them in.
Now, so I'm a commander of 2nd Division right now, right? Or Sets, at least. So I'm not actually commanding my brigade either, right?
I guess so, yes.
So who's commanding my brigades?
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, quick question. Did you have Kriegsspiel 99 on this voice channel before?
No.
Okay, he wasn't on any voice channel. Okay.
Do we have any force keeping our right flank secure in case that Prussian cavalry comes back?
Nope.
Alright, good to know. We'll just hope that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, the overall plan by our division and corps commander was to focus on this attack, and yeah. I mean, we had sort of, before we got into this position, we had some screening forces here on the flank, so I'm not sure how this will be handled, if the enemy cavalry is allowed to just respawn here and attack us right away. I don't know. If that happens, that's a problem.
Okay, one quick clarification. We all around don't have that many players as I was expecting, so some of you will likely command 2 brigades instead of 1. They should be quite close proximity though to each other what you command.
I feel like if that's the case, it makes sense for higher rankings to also command their individual brigades, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so too. So then let's see. I'm blue 1 and I'm blue 3, 1st Division 2nd Brigade. Then we have 2nd Division, that's already assigned. We have the Cav. And why is there blue 10 Szymanowski? To which division does he belong? Is that actually the cavalry of 2nd Division? Duval? I'm not sure.
Which ones?
Szymanowski.
Where do you see the name Szymanowski?
Because I see him in blue 2 and I see that there is a text channel, a player text channel named after him.
I don't know. I don't have any information on. You mean the player? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have any information on who's. They didn't have a commander before. Before they were just under the division.
Okay, so then I guess that's probably 3rd Brigade something. Alright, so what's the name? What did we lose there? So, Group, I've assigned you 1st Division, 1st Brigade.
Okay. I rather just command 1 brigade. This is my first time, so maybe not too much stuff.
Yeah, that's alright. So then please change your server name for the duration of the game into Marmont.
Marmont, how do you write that?
Marmounte.
Okay. Ah, Marmont.
And then...
Can you explain me what's the status then? How are you going to share the forces? to be sure, because I have here still 2 players with their own name, Gib and Sleep Space Ambassador.
Yeah, we're assigning that right now. I think one player dropped because you changed the access to the voice channel. Is that Dukey just dropped out because of the channel has been locked? I think.
What? I don't.
So then, Slipspace, you are going to be Duval. I'll assign you.
Oh no, Duke is there. Okay.
Please change your server name accordingly.
Alright.
Duke is back. That's good.
So okay, so I have Mahmoud, so Sleepspace is gonna be Duval, perfect. And then I have Dukey, and he will be whom?
Who is
she?
2nd Division 1st Brigade?
So there's no one. There's not name. Like the division is Bassens, but
Ah,
there's
yeah,
not a name for any player. So I guess
Okay.
you can choose any French
Yes.
sounding name.
All right, Yuki. Choose your name, and then we will put you in command of this brigade here. Already assigned you to the channel, and then we have one brigade left, which is the guard horse, garde d'honneur.
Yep. Which also doesn't have like any commander's name.
Yeah. So there's no more valuable player, right?
Seems not. I think if there is no, then some player will command 2 brigades.
Yeah.
I think Otto already told you that.
Problem is, yeah, he did, but the problem is that the cavalry is, of course, operating on their own. So then it's probably better to change that, remove Dukey from this one, and give Dukey the cavalry.
Hey, gentlemen, quick check. Is someone missing access to a channel? Does everyone have their own text channels?
De La Ute, you are now in command of 1st and 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division.
Okay. Who's the division commander?
You.
Okay. All right. Yes.
You have all the powers now.
Good.
Okay, so then that's De La Jute, no? So if I understood, De La Jute is going to command the 1st Brigade and the 2nd Brigade, and then Dukey will be commanding the Garde d'Honneur?
Yes.
All right. My channel name only says 1st Brigade. Is that a problem?
No, it works. Because I mean, it has your name, right? So you will be in the De La Jute one, exactly. That way we can find you.
Well, actually, it doesn't have my name.
Yeah,
it just
okay,
says Blue 5, 2nd Div, 1st Brigade.
I'll
I'll send a message in the channel.
Yes, but I mean, there is another one, which is the 2nd. I can change both if you wish.
Should be fixed now. Change this one as well. That bound.
I'm writing to Tuki to know. Okay, so when he answers, then I will do the change accordingly. Okay, he's answering actually.
Alright, and with access to your player channels, you now have access to the briefing document if you want to read that to get an impression of the quality of your troops. It's a mixed bag of sort of raw recruits and some more experienced forces. And yeah. If you haven't taken a look at my Discord stream for the plan, please do so.
Okay. So
Could you? Oh, sorry. I don't know if you were about to say something.
No, just the change. So we have ici, we have Jean Van Sant commanding la garde d'honneur. So he will. I think you are set right now.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm just going to rename the brigades here on my end. The TTS.
Where could you zoom into where on the stream my cavalry brigade would be, just so I can see that? I think I'll have the map open, but I don't want to leave the module.
Duval, you are here in the center. Let me
Okay,
change
excellent.
the color of my thingy here. Yes, that's here on this hill right now, and you're supposed to screen against Werschau and Nauheim, so that my brigade can get into formation and attack the heights.
Guys, I'm going to move to the
Excellent.
Empire chat.
Yep.
See, Delaperriere had said that his first brigade, so the first division, was also under second division's command for this attack. Is that still the case?
Sorry, repeat that.
In his orders before this battle, First Division's commander had said that his first brigade was under my command for this attack. Is that still the case? Is First Division under Second Division for right now?
I guess, yeah, we can do that. We should coordinate, because you're all using the same road there.
Okay, so who is First Brigade, of First Division?
That would be me, I think, if I recall.
Yes, First Brigade, First Division, that's you.
Okay, so I had you at the head of the column advancing up that road.
All right.
All right, and I believe our the orders were that we would advance to the Zollhaus up there north of Mensfeld and deploy and then attack the Nauheimer Hohe.
Yes.
Right.
So that should be fairly straightforward. I don't see any reason to change that plan. So.
Okay. So Mansfelden and swipe back to the really long name. Okay.
All right, so everybody knows what he's supposed to do.
Yep.
Yes.
Got some. Need to check some technical problems, but then I'm ready.
Perfect.
Also, can we put our actual unit that we're in command of in our names so that?
Can we do what with the names?
Can we put the name of the unit we're commanding in our server name so that so we
Yeah.
can tell
Yeah.
who I need to address? So.
Good idea.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
So, I don't think everyone has been assigned to a division yet. I mean, or to a command yet.
Yes.
Or how, okay, who doesn't have something to command? I haven't been here for a bit. Or is everyone ready?
Yes, we are ready to go.
Okay. Okay, very cool. Well, we'll pick up the pace then.
And if you want to send dispatches to me, for now I will be at this hill there between Nauheim and Nesbach, near to my brigade.
And so, Marmont is Marmont just leading the first brigade, or is also leading the first division? Like, who is my immediate commander?
That would be me.
Okay.
What is my composition of forces?
You have 6 squadrons of Garde d'honneur cavalry. And you're supposed to do the long walk to the west via Oberneisen and Niederneisen. Make contact with 3rd Division there, hopefully. And then coordinate an attack onto the Mansfelder Kopf. And please send me dispatch as soon as you make contact with them and coordinate.
Just to be clear, the forces I'm commanding are the 6 regiments on our left. Is that correct?
Yes, 6 battalions.
All right.
Yep.
Yes, well, 6 regiments, 6 battalions. Okay, that's good.
Hello. So if I one question. If I understood from what the Delayut told me, then the 1st brigade of the 1st division will be under the command of Mahamund.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's Jan doesn't command. Well, not Jan. Sorry, that's been in game. So that Bertrand doesn't command brigades directly, right?
I command my own brigade, the 2nd.
Okay, so you command the 2nd, and Marmund commands the 1st. Okay. Thank you.
Alright, so you want me to go west to Menzo D Kopf.
Wait, so am I not in command of the 2nd Division?
You are. That was
Okay.
1st Division, 2nd Brigade was it?
Okay.
So, Vincent, you are supposed to, let me stream that again to make it clear. You are supposed to take your cavalry and move to the west. Netzbach, Oberneisen, Niedereisen. Make contact with 3rd Division. They should be here along the river. And tell them that we are staging an attack on the Nauheimer Höhe. We want them to support this attack in the direction of the northeast to attack Mansfelder Kopf. Then you move on, either in coordination with them to support their attack, or to get further to the north to the Bucherfeld near Holzheim to attack the enemy flank or rear. And it's important for me that you send dispatches back as soon as you make contact and as soon as you have decided what you're going to do from there.
All right.
So if you don't know, if you haven't played a live game before, just if you want to write a dispatch, use your player channel. Write the game time, where you are, who you are, the message, and to where you want to send it, where you believe the person to be.
All right.
Okay, guys, by the way, write for this first turn, write in your own text channel how you want to deploy your troops and what are your initial orders for your troops, since that you guys are going to have time to do that. And the units right now, how they are on the tabletop simulator module, they're kind of deployed kind of vaguely, so how you want to deploy them yourself for the beginning, just put a screenshot in the text channel or explain via text. But basically, give me your deployment, how you want to deploy, and your orders in your text channel.
Bertrand, would you like me to screen it all west of Nauheim or simply the space between Nauheim and Berchtau?
So you have 8 squadrons.
Yes.
4 regiments. Yeah, maybe put 1 regiment west of Nauheim for now to screen the advance of the infantry column there. Put 2 in the center between Nauheim and Warschau and 1 in the direction of Warschau for now. I guess we are close enough so that you can quickly move over to me and we can coordinate or react to anything.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing. Yeah. So you said one more to the west of Nauheim, 2 more in the center, and 1 more towards Berchtau. Is that what you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right.
A quick question: who's commanding the 2 artillery batteries?
I am.
Those
are 2nd Division's divisional artillery. They will be.
All right.
So I want you to deploy at the head of our column on the road.
Right.
The divisional artillery will be behind you. Then we will march to the Zollhaus and deploy. Once the artillery has deployed and begins firing, we will then commence the attack together on the hill. I will tell them to. I will write out where I want 1st Brigade to go and ask them to send that to you as a communique.
All right.
By the way, General Bertrand, are you going to be commanding your brigade personally, or do you plan to be a commander-in-chief of sorts, so kind of a hybrid. Do you want to basically give your own brigade to someone? Is General Bertrand here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Do you want to command your own brigade personally, or do you want to give it to someone? Second.
I would take it personally. I guess we don't have another player.
Yeah, but you can you can give it to someone else.
I guess we should be fine.
Okay. Oh, so you want to command it yourself?
Yep.
Gotcha.
All right, and I see we have a number of viewers already here today with us, which is great. Welcome to this battle, which is part of Otto's and Rankein's March on the Rhine Napoleonic 1813 campaign, which is a mix of play by text or play by post and live battles. So there have been a number of battles before, which I was not involved in because I'm part of this sort of section of the French army. And of course, if you're participating in the campaign but are not a player here today, you're not allowed to watch this, of course. What you will see here today is, as I said, the perspective of the French first and second division, hopefully also the third. We are going to attack the Nauheimer Höhe as we have encountered Prussian and Austrian forces in this area. Yeah, and if you're new to Kriegsspiel and don't know what it is about, I encourage you to ask me questions in the chat. I'm willing to explain things to you as I have time in between turns. I invite you to visit our website, kriegspiel.org, where we have a number of extensive information for you to get an overview of what Kriegsspiel is about, how we play it here at the International Kriegsspiel Society, and so on. Using Discord and Tabletop Simulator, although Tabletop Simulator is not mandatory to have. During this game, so this is basically what you can see here is a Tabletop Simulator module of the pre-battle deployment, so to say, really rough deployment. And I'm going to adjust, so it's only me at this table, so each of the players has their own table and is adjusting troop movement based on reports they receive from the umpires or from other players. This is special about Kriegsspiel is the complete fog of war, so the players don't know what's actually going on all over the battlefield, but just what's going on around where their player avatar, their commanding general, is on the board. And all the other stuff, all the movement, all the combat is processed through a team of umpires who will be giving reports each turn. A turn in this system is a 15 minutes real time, and we are about to start and get our first report soon, I guess, once the umpires have adjusted our initial deployment to what we want it to be. In detail, that is. Should be an interesting battle. I can probably go ahead and adjust the deployment of my brigade, which is 2nd Brigade, 1st Division. I should mention that we of course have a player for almost all formations in the campaign, so there would be a division commander and who is at the same time sort of a corps commander for our wing here, who is unfortunately not able to play today, so I have been put in command of this whole section, 1st and 2nd Division, and still have command of my own brigade here. And there is a specific setup that I wanted to have. 56. Let me see, because we have some raw troops and some better troops. These are actually so-called Marie-Louise. So these are the battalions of the 37th Regiment are freshly recruited troops. Young boys. And then we have a somewhat more experienced regiment in the brigade, which is the 56th. And I am deploying them in an attack order of mixed formation. So those who know me know that I'm preferring these sort of formations. Assault columns and line combinations. And I assume we have then forces here, forces there, and screening us here, probably. Something like that. And I guess I will be here on this hill. Need to find the commander pieces. Where are they in this module? Ah, here they are. So that would be first. What do we need? What do we need? First and second. And then we need a number. I don't know. How was it solved here in the Discord channels? Or just numbered somewhat. Yeah, not bothering too much with those right now. Yeah, here you can see our sort of core supply. So two division supply train. I mean, that makes no sense to have these because they are all the same. That is first. It would be Mahmoud. Whoops. Did I delete that? Oops.
Hello guys, you are fully ready, right? Well, you have been for a bit, I assume already. So we are now going to move you into your own channels, and then we are going to ask you for orders, and then the game can begin. Just a part where we just want to clarify something.
Right, that is, all players are now split onto their respective voice channels. As you could hear the bloom bloom, the Discord. So this is Delayute, who's commanding the whole division. Delayute. And they have a cavalry commander who is Nelson. And I have a cavalry commander who is Duval. Although that's not the actual Duval from the campaign, but anyways. Yeah, that should be about it. I guess the second division will be in marching columns and so on, but you get the gist of the situation. Yeah, and let me know if everything is alright with the audio and whatnot. OBS says it should be alright. I guess YouTube says the same. Yes, very good connection. Alright. Glad to have viewers today. And again, if you do not know the International Kriegsspiel Society already, which would be a bit weird if you were here with us today, check out our website. There's also an invite link there to our Discord server. We have a Facebook group as well, but the Discord server is really where the center of power, so to say, where all the players are. We are now beyond 800 members and growing all day. All perfect. Great, Elia, thanks. Yeah, and this game, although there's a campaign server dedicated for that to provide sort of player channels for the text updates, we are playing this game today as the Open Saturday game. We have an open game on every Saturday unless there is some sort of event or, I don't know, Christmas or whatever. So everybody is very welcome to join. There's no prior knowledge needed. That's another good thing about Kriegsspiel, actually. Players do not need to know any rules. Of course, some of the systems are available and you can read the rules if you wanted to, but we usually do not encourage that because Kriegsspiel is not meant to be sort of gamed, like played to be won. Of course, we are playing to win here because that's sort of the reason of the campaign, right? The French want to crush the vanguard of a pursuing Prussian, Austrian, and potentially Russian army that is on the Emperor's heels after Leipzig. But the main reason, the purpose of Kriegsspiel is to be a learning experience for everybody involved. So usually, and that's a little bit of a problem when it comes to such campaigns, usually there is a mandatory debriefing after the game so that all the players and umpires discuss together how plans were developed.
Hey there.
Hey there. Hello.
Just wanted to quickly clarify on your screenshot. For your deployment, you have the 56 having 4 pieces and 37 having 3 pieces.
Yes.
And the middle one is what, 37?
That's in reserve. The assault column in reserve there is 37, yeah.
Okay, cool shit. I just wanted to make sure because
Yep.
I was retarded for a second. Cool shit, thank you.
No problem. So, where was I? There's a mandatory debriefing where players and umpires all together discuss the development of the plans, how the battle evolved, and sort of, what could have been done differently, what are the learnings to take away What do the players need to improve to be able to challenge the fog of war, the contingency, the real challenge provided by this sort of game, and the unknown of the combat situations and what's going on all around you. Like very precise communication and orders and such. How can you improve that? And also when it comes then to the scenarios, of course, like scenario critique for the umpires and how the games have been run, and what about the reports and such. Is there something to improve? All right. One problem, I mean, I guess that this problem is only my problem because I'm an admin. I can see all the channels, of course. I'm not peeking at the other team's channels, not peeking at the player channels, but I can see how many player channels there are and who is in the voice channels, of course. That's sort of a backdraw when it comes to using Discord here, at least if you are an admin or a moderator or whatever who can see restricted channels, because Otto has restricted all the voice channels actually, so players should not be able to see them. I don't know how that is handled when it comes to being co-located in a team, if all players can see all and access all the team's voice channels. Maybe, not sure about that. Anyways, that will be great. I'm a bit concerned about the potential enemy cavalry flanking attack there from the rear. We might have to adjust. But that is how battles go, right? No plan survives first contact anyway. What we could do, I mean, we can start thinking about what to do in case of emergency. So let me grab another color. So the enemy is pushing from here, and they have a screen and potentially infantry at Nauheimer Höhen. If it turns out that this attack is not going to deliver anything because there's the threat from the flank, then I will just simply hold this position, this hill, bring my artillery over, the division artillery, to this hill to support, and we'll have the cavalry to retire to move via Daubon, I think, onto these heights, get an overview what's going on the flank, either sort of feint against this column and keep them busy, or go on a hunt for the enemy Prussian cavalry, which is actually 2 brigades strong, I think. Seems to be a cavalry division there. Yeah, and we are totally in the dark of what's going on with 3rd Division. We had a bit of an issue with message flow, generally speaking, regarding the other half of the army, and also in our sector, sort of what 3rd Division was going to do, where they are. And then we received a report the day before, I think, in campaign terms, that they had encountered Austrian forces. So hopefully this attack, I mean, if the enemy is here and we can screen them there, there shouldn't be too much in this area, right? I don't know, of course, how many divisions they bring to bear, but then this attack here through the center onto the flanks of the Austrians and these Prussians could pay off if then 3rd Division supports this attack, right? Then we can drive a wedge between the Prussians and the Austrians. And if we can manage to push through, that would be great. Direction of Linta and maybe cut off these forces. I mean, that's that's probably a little bit too optimistic, but one can hope. One can hope. First report will be very interesting to see how we are actually deployed and how it's going to start. So we are in for about an hour now, and preparations should be done in a second. I mean, there's of course this delay because we need to figure out how many players do we actually have, because not all of the players of the campaign are there. And then, as I said, this is an open Saturday game, so everybody can join and fill the open slots, and then we need to manage brigades, and the umpires need to set everything up on their end. That sort of delays stuff a little bit. Usually we are a bit quicker with things. Because then it's just like throwing players into the open slots and let them come up with a plan and get going. And that can be done within 30 minutes. If you have briefings ready, with Otto always has in advance, then that can be done even quicker if you are able to, if you know how many players there will be on the given day, and you could probably even assign commands to them in advance and let them plan in advance. But that's not always possible and not always what you want to do anyways. So those of you in the chat, do you have participated in any Kriegsspiel game already? This weekend there will actually be a live game, like an in-person game in Los Angeles, I think, which is run by Marshall, one of our staff members and sort of the founder of the International Kriegsspiel Society. They will meet up with some members of the former Southern California Kriegsspiel Society, which used to play in person there in California, and then once the pandemic hit, Marshall took the thing and moved it into the online realm. Yeah, and of course additional players who want to play there. I think it's during a convention, it's Historicon or whatever is going on right now. Historicon 2022. Is that today? No, it's not Historicon. I think it's what's the other one? Strategicon? There are so many conventions. Strategicon. There you go. Yeah, that's going on right now. In the Hilton, Los Angeles. Interesting. They have a Twitter account. Let's see if the International Kriegsspiel Society is mentioned. Gateway, yes. Live action role playing. No, not that much live footage right now on the Twitter. Which might be due to time zones. I don't know. But yes, we've also thought about sort of organizing a meeting in Europe. We have, if you visit our website, there is a Google map, a custom Google map with pins of a number of our members. Of course, not all of the over 800, but then you can see that we are spread around the globe. Many members in the USA, of course, and Europe. Even got one in India, at least one. Some in Japan, some in New Zealand and Australia. Some in Southern America, although South America, I don't know if they are on the map actually. Ooh, I see enemy forces to my right. Let's see. Let's adjust based on umpire screenshots. Now we are going to do stuff. Where am I? This is the road? Yes, this is the road. This is the way. I'm basically here with my brigade, not on the hill, unfortunately. And we have cavalry here very close by, as it seems. Well, are there pieces for enemy forces? Yes, there are battalions. Default battalions. Let me put those down here. So they've already passed through Warsaw. And I can see at least 2, let's assume there are at least 4 or 6. Something like that. It's 0800 right now. Can I see anything else? Yes, something is there down the road. Here. Oops, here. What might that be? And apparently I do not know where Duval is. Well, that changes things already, right? If they are here, I need to do something about it. No plan survives. Let me grab some additional pieces here, just so that I have them at hand and ready to place them down on the map. once we need them. Put them here. So these are, judging by the flags, these are Prussians. Oh, I cannot and should not be able to read the names, of course. But I can see Prussian flags waving in the wind. Okay, I think I can delete this order. This plan. And think about what to do.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
It is a beautiful morning, clear skies, 8 o'clock. You begin your advance as specified, as you can see. Hold on 1 second, let me just... You are Bertrand, okay.
Yes.
As you can see, if you look to the right, your column, your men report a sizable formation to the right advancing. And based on reports and shouts from the front, Duval's cavalry has taken position on that little road leading to the left. They are watching the road in front of you, and you have reports coming in that some enemy units are advancing up on this road, not too far from you.
Is that infantry or cavalry?
It is infantry.
Infantry. Okay.
Well, if you don't have any questions, I'm going to report to the other guys, and please prepare your orders by the time I get back. Thank you.
I mean, it's already time to pull the artillery over, right? Give us some fire support here. Decently close fire support. Can I actually wait a second? There's no grid here. Grid should be on. Is it toggled off? Grid protection. Hello. I will certainly need to send a shoulder lines, yes. So that I can have an idea of how fast things can move. Orders. I should send dispatch to Duval or right over. I will bring the artillery. And I will inform De La Ute to... I mean, they are marching up in column anyways. To have one of his brigades sort of stick a little bit more to this area here, right? Question is, do I need to split the brigade to cover this road and do something about this brigade over there? We could sort of do an angle deployment. Sort of have these two flank battalions deploy in line. Then have the remainder of the brigade deploy here as is. Attack. Bring the artillery to support. Have Duval threaten whatever is coming in our direction here. And potentially attack. I mean, if they are in marching columns, then just go in and hit them. The question is there other enemies already in Nauheim and advancing here as well? Or what is going on? Let me start writing a dispatch to De La Lute. Come on, De La Lute. Who should be west of Nesbach? Of Nesbach. I am north of Nesbach. It is. Oh wait. All right. So I want my 2 horse battery gun thingies to come over and deploy on the hill on my left.
Where Duval is situated right now.
Yes. If he is there, I will also move over personally to meet him.
Mhm.
Then I want the 2 leftmost battalions to deploy in line at the crossroads, and the remainder of the brigade to shift to the northwest to form sort of an angled deployment for now.
Can you repeat the last one? So the westernmost battalions.
Yeah, they should deploy in line at the crossroads in front of us.
Okay.
And then sort of anchored on their right flank, there will be the remainder of the brigade deployed to the northwest. Let me send you a screenshot.
Like that's the thing, because northwest literally is the crossroads direction.
Yeah, from there. Let me see. So, drawn that on my map. I can move the pieces if that helps. These lines.
Oh, you mean northwest southeast axis?
Yes.
Okay, I understand now. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you.
Like so.
All right, that makes sense. Any other orders or questions?
Nope. I probably
I
sent
understand.
dispatch, but that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Question is though, should I wait with the dispatch until I have spoken to Duval? Or should I not? So the guns are coming over. So what I'm thinking is, it might be dangerous to spread out that far. Although the sort of the plan is still valid, I think. Just that I cannot deliver this attack that I'm supposed to deliver in this direction. Yeah, I guess I wait with the dispatch until I've spoken to Duval and got an overview of the situation here. Because it depends, like, what we want to do, how we want to adjust, whether there are forces in Nauheim already and attacking us, potentially. So this delay order doesn't make any sense, of course. Luckily enough, we didn't talk about that in advance anyways. Yeah. And a big question mark, the Prussian cavalry. Beep. So turn resolution of the first turn should go fairly quickly. As long as there is not much combat stuff to do, because rolling the dice takes a little bit of time, of course. So once everybody gets into contact, it slows a little bit down. But who is on the umpire team today? So Otto knows the system fairly well, of course. Rankein should do so as well. I'm not sure if Blazer has umpired this system before. I guess so. And Juan has played with us, potentially umpired before as well. Oh yes, of course he did in my Jersey game, right? And then I don't know if Death Strike has actually rolled the dice before of the Otovsky system, which I think is a pretty smooth and well done system with the unit specific dice. Very good. Taking experience and terrain conditions and all that into account. I like that. Yeah, and I still haven't found any usable Napoleonic or at least inspired music for the background, which I could use without getting a copyright strike. So if you know a good source for that, let me know. And we'll have a party on the next streams. Well, let's see. So I'm not bothering with putting these into marching column, but they should be around here right now. Oh, and actually the grid was only toggled for this. Ah, because these are tiles. I see. It's not one big map. Yeah, here you can see it. These are tiles from the map sheets. Okay. Might be because of there is a sort of a limit, which a maximum of resolution you could use in Tabletop Simulator. I think it's 10K by 10K, but best resolution is if you got, I don't know, I think we've talked about that on the server. It should be a little bit smaller, a factor of 2 or whatever. Anyways, yeah, if you need maps that are even bigger, you can do it that way. Hello.
The three of you are currently co-located.
Oh,
Great.
wonderful.
I see. So we all decided to ride to where the guns are.
Right, I'll be back for your orders in a second, in case you want to talk to these guys.
Hey, beautiful people. Same here. Did you get a report from Rankein?
No.
No.
Okay. Given that you're in the same position, I'm just gonna quickly give you the screenshots.
So which units are the ones that are engaging? Which units are the ones that are on the road?
2 seconds, and I'm gonna tell you exactly. Duval, I'm just gonna give the dispatch from you to Bertrand, even though you're situated next to each other.
Sure.
What the hell is going on?
Exactly. If you have any immediate questions, I'm happy to answer them.
My.
If not, I'll be back to give you an actual report, okay?
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, well, apparently I'm already facing a Prussian division here.
Oh, wonderful. Are they on the east side of that stream there?
There are some, don't know how many there are, can't really tell. I saw at least 2 battalions, now I see, I don't know, 5 or what. And then in front of my...
Yeah,
So
right
coming
in
down
front,
from
that's at
Warsaw
least
there
3
are
regiments, if not more.
2, 4, 6, 8, I think 10 battalions at least. Do we have a report from the cavalry? How many forces are now?
I have not received a report from them yet. But
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm gonna give you your report right now. So,
excellent.
Duval, given that you're cavalry, as per your orders, do you want to hear northeast or northwest first?
Northwest.
Northwest, beautiful. You send 2 squadrons, the 7th, 2 regiments, the 7th and 23rd. They went to harass Nauheim and the units there. The infantry seems to be holding the settlement. They exchanged musket fire and they kept them in check. They have numbered at least 4 different regimental flags in Nauheim.
Oh.
Aside from that, no real decisive combat, of course. This was just harassment. On the northeastern side, your 28th Regiment of Dragoons kept the advancing Prussians in check, kind of staggered their lines and held them at bay. And your 30th is advancing down the hill to support the right wing of Bertrand. That's your stuff. Other than that, of course, you guys have moved the horse artillery battery to your position, which has rhymed but hasn't fired effectively yet. And that would be it. Bertrand, your reports. As per your orders, your brigade has deployed. You see gunfire and smoke. You see smoke and hear gunfire to the rightmost wing, where a sizable amount of Prussians have assembled, and there seemed to be the first. Your first contact is right there. Aside from that, nothing that is more than I've already told Duval. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do you have orders for me as well?
Yes, my column will continue moving towards the appointed position at the Zoll House.
Alright.
I will, unless you would prefer me to remain here, I will go and join my men moving towards the Zoll House.
No, that's fine.
I'm talking to Bertrand.
So there's one more thing to consider. I've received a dispatch from Kirberg Supply. The Prussian cavalry has arrived. They are at Ohren. So They were allowed to move around the flank there. That puts us a bit in the pickle, so we need to send at least one brigade back to protect the supply.
Do you want me to detach my the rear of my column is the closest, I think.
Yes, please.
Alright, I will Rankein, I'll put orders in my text chat.
You can just say them to me, it's fine.
I mean I need to look up what I have, so
Alright, then you do that.
Okay, please prepare your orders in text chat. I'll be back.
Sure.
But Bertrand, what would you like my cavalry to do at this time?
So the two regiments on the east should probably retire a bit. There's no point in them sitting there in front of my line, so close to the enemy. I don't know. I'll either keep them in reserve behind my line or move them over to the west to screen there.
I think I'll put them in reserve for the moment.
Okay, sounds good.
And the others, I can continue harassing that that advance from Nauheim.
Yes.
It would appear that we are sorely outnumbered here, though. So
my 2nd brigade is turning to move back to Quebec.
Very well. Thinking about what to do with your 1st brigade.
Mine?
Yeah.
They should be arriving at the Sol House to attack the enemy left, or the enemy's right.
Are they already that far?
I don't know. I don't have a report from my mount about that. I assume they haven't quite reached it. They will probably be drawing close to... Sorry?
General, I'm listening for your orders.
I put my orders in my text chat.
Beautiful, thank you.
I was writing mine, but
For future reference, it's a good idea to write that down, but I'm listening.
Alright, so I will deploy, all my battalions shall deploy skirmishers in front. We hold the position for now. The horse battery guns there on that hill shall open fire in the direction of northeast as soon as the cavalry has retired and opened the line of fire there into the enemy battalions.
I understand.
My 28th and 30th are to pull back behind 2nd Brigade and stay in reserve there. 7th and 23rd regiments are to continue to harass the Prussians near Nauheim, and for the moment, still avoid any major engagement, just harassment.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, the question is whether my brigade can hold the enemy off for long enough. Guess we will then soon slightly start to retire.
I'll keep my dragoons handy so that if, in the event that we do need to pull back, I can at least cover you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully the attack of 1st Brigade, 1st Division, 1st Brigade, and 2nd Division, 1st Brigade pulls a few forces away from the sector here. I will also write a dispatch to Vincent to let him know, and if there is, I mean, he needs to inform us what's going on there in the west, and if the Austrians aren't there anymore, then whatever is there in the west needs to hurry and push.
Yeah. And if they are over there, it could be we're facing a force that outnumbers us enough that we might want to be careful. Especially if they already have cavalry to our rear.
Yes, no, we are of course assuming that their cavalry can actually threaten, like, I mean, 'cause I assume our supply wagons have some, integral troops who can protect them, but see, the second, I think, is my smallest brigade, so detaching them to the rear isn't a big loss. They're also my worst brigade, but they're also exhausted, so they might not get there in time, but...
No. Yeah, so for now the report says that for heads of enemy cavalry columns are spotted by pickets in Uhren in the woods there to the east, so there should be some time.
My brigade should get there at least in time to save some of the wagons.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think it makes sense to order the supply train to move to Kaltenholzhausen? Or?
I don't know. I feel like they'll be more vulnerable on the road than if they're in the town, especially if they're trying to get everything organized to move.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And also, I feel like the water wouldn't really reach them much before my troops would reach them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, Bertrand, my apologies for initially misidentifying the enemy forces as Austrians. I just saw the white cubes and assumed that
yeah, no worries.
they were Austrian.
I'm a bit surprised, given the reports we had from the campaign.
Sorry?
I'm just a bit surprised compared to the last reports we had from the campaign that there are already so many Prussian forces so close by.
The briefing did seem to imply that our forces were considerably delayed in our own deployment, but that is unfortunate.
We may need to consider adopting a more defensive posture while we wait for reinforcements.
Yeah, if there are any. Yeah, but right. Maybe we need to pull back south of Nesbach there on that hill. We wait for first reports of Mahmoud, what's going on there. And Vincent in the west.
Gentlemen, as you can see, it is pretty bloody. Let me just describe the scene for you. As you inspect your troops, first you guys get those 6-pounder batteries in front of you and try to get a hole or put a check to the advancing infantry. I'm sorry about that. And this seems perfectly effective. You essentially put a hole through their line on the left side where you can shoot. Duval, you can see your dragoons being pushed back, and some of them broken, running next to you on the left, as infantry from Nauheim are pushing to your position. The 28th Dragoons have formed on the left side of Bertrand's infantry, and you can see the 30th just extending as a reserve on the right side. Bertrand, what concerns you are your men. They are putting up an amazing stand right now, given that they are faced with overwhelming odds. You see immense smoke. You can't really see the enemy formation. However, you can tell that your men are suffering immensely. There's clashes essentially all throughout the line, and let's see if there's something in particular that catches your eye. I mean, aside from the Prussians on the rightmost wing, nothing really stands out in the smoke and gunfire. If you don't have any questions, I'll be back for your orders in 2 seconds.
All right. This is not good.
Not really.
Well, I think my dragoons on the left are too vulnerable to remain over there harassing the infantry. But if I pull them back, then I know that leaves our guns vulnerable. And I think it's only a matter of time before your brigade gets overrun. They're basically outnumbered 2, if not 3 to 1. So
I'm not sure. Does it make sense, or is it reasonable to try to pull them back? So, I mean, your cavalry, of course, you at least pull them back to the guns there, and
yeah,
we just pray that the guns can deliver some close range support to your cavalry and against this advancing brigade there.
I'm concerned we might get encircled because we don't actually have a good enough vision on the Prussians to our right, and if we don't retreat now, we don't want our route to be cut off. So I propose that either you begin to pull back now, and I'll have 2 of my regiments cover your infantry's retreat and screen the front. Or if you wish to hold for the moment, I'm going to have them deploy to the right across that stream, get better vision over there, and try to prevent us from getting encircled.
Okay, I'm listening, gentlemen.
So, either one of those. It's which do you prefer?
I will try to pull back to form a line from that hill from the batteries to the southeast. Try to sort my men a little bit and get some skirmish green up.
Okay, in that case, I think I will still dispatch one of my regiments across the river, though, just because I'm concerned about that.
Ivar, go ahead.
Yes. So my 7th and 23rd, I want them to pull back to the immediate left of our guns on this hill.
Okay.
My 28th should I guess harass the front to cover Bertrand's withdrawal, and the 30th are to cross that stream and scout out the area to the right. Try to avoid any engagements with the Prussians there, but figure out whether we're getting surrounded.
I understand.
And Bertrand, should I stay here or should I ride out with my 30th?
You can ride out with your man.
All right, I will ride with the 30th Regiment then.
Okay, I understand. If that will be all,
as well.
then thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well.
And have we still not heard anything from who was it you were waiting for dispatches from?
Vincent in the west and potentially Marmont if his attack there is going.
Yeah, so we still have no word from them.
Nope.
Yeah, so because if things are going well for them, then it could be that we're just where the enemy's concentrated, and that's why it looks so grim. But otherwise, if not, then I don't know.
I mean, there are so many Russian forces in front of us. If there are now additional forces at the Nauheimer Höhe, then our position is basically lost. But let's just hope that there are none, and that Marmont can sort of get in behind them now. Depending on what the Austrians to the west are doing.
Yeah.
What was that report on the cavalry back in the campaign server? What sort of units were these? Didn't say, just cavalry.
Oh, which the Russian cavalry?
Yeah, we had reports about them in the campaign before, but So we know that they are in strength of 2 regiments, I think, like 8 squadrons or what. But don't know the type of the units.
I think didn't the briefing mentioned that they were Landwehr cavalry,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Okay.
But I don't know how well that communicates their quality. I'm not really an expert in Napoleonic era, but Landwehr means something along the lines of like not really a militia, but like a provincial type unit.
Yeah, most of the Prussian forces should be Landwehr, but if they outnumber us with these numbers, that's still
Even then,
not enough. Yeah.
We can only do so much.
Mm-hmm. I guess I send a dispatch to Marmont.
Since I'll be riding with the 30th, my report 2 will be slightly delayed, but I will write you a dispatch as quickly as I can on what is over to our right.
Very good. Mm-hmm. Seems we managed to pull back slightly at least.
Yes. I know I probably shouldn't say much because we're not in the same location anymore.
Yeah, true.
But you can probably still see where I am.
Yes.
I would like to ask you to move Duval to blue 2, if that's possible.
I can't move myself. I think you have to move me.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, Bertrand, here's your quick report of the situation right now. As it stands, your artillery is keeping the advancing Prussians to your front in check.
Mhm.
There's a tremendous buildup of smoke right in front of you. You see fleeing infantry of the 56th running towards you to try to calm them. Your 37th reserve is plugging the lines. You see men shouting, the dragoons to your right, trying to hold the Prussians at bay, albeit successfully, but they are no match. You see Duval riding southeast, leading the charge, leading the 30th Regiment of Dragoons to help coordinate the right wing with Jaw. Based on the smoke, you really can't see anything. Anything of anything concrete on the other side. Let's see. On the northwest, you see the Prussians advancing. The dragoons trying to hold them at bay. You shout some quick words of encouragement to the 7th Dragoons who are riding past you, and they seem to stop to catch their breath. But other than that, the situation seems dire and smells of a musket. If you have any questions.
No, we will still deploy skirmish screens and then fire and retire to form a line anchored on the guns, like so.
Perfect, I understand. I'm gonna go to the vault then.
Whew. Wow, that's Don't really know what to do with this. I mean, I cannot just run away, right? Do we have some advice from the wise General Staff in the chat here? What would you do in this situation? I think it really now depends on Mahmoud and how much speed he can make there. If there is anything more than Nauheimer Höhe, if there is more than, I mean, I couldn't really imagine how the enemy would be able to sustain so many troops on this sort of comprimed space. But if there's more than this situation, or this position, I should rather say, is lost. And with this brigade now sort of being busy screening cavalry, we really lack the numbers to counter this attack unless 1st Brigade, 1st Division and 1st Brigade, 2nd Division make haste to attack the enemy flank. So I mean, 1st, 2nd could actually attack these guys, right?
Hey Bertrand,
Yep.
I'm listening. If you have any more questions or orders or changes.
Nope. I stick with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Send another one to De La U. Hey. So I'm just letting him know that the two Prussian infantry divisions are pressing hard on my brigade and battery. Have you encountered anything? If you can... So it looks like. So it looks like. The enemy has pushed out of Nauheim. If you can turn east and attack flank and it's ready. Divisions. Because I'm in the code thingy here. Yep. Yes, so it seems. So I'm basically defending with one brigade. Support of one cavalry brigade and 2 divisional guns, or gun batteries. But basically with one infantry brigade against, I guess, 4. So that would be two divisions of Prussian infantry, or a very large division. I don't know, but I assume 2 divisions. Yes, and I see there's a commander in Nauheim, and there was another commander over here. Yeah, so that would be then 2 divisions at least. Oh, that's wrong. It should be 845, of course. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, maybe the problem is that I'm the commanding general right now. I can't really get into the thick of it and try to grab a banner and rally the men around them and urge them forward for a counterattack, and like sort of in the hope of a moral shock against Prussian Landwehr, push them away. Because if that fails, or if I'm stuck in the thick of the fray, then I'm not available to receive orders or give orders, as I would have to do as the sort of corps commander in the sector right now. So would probably have been better to have a dedicated player for my brigade. But anyways, I just hope that my brigade does not just disintegrate next turn, because as I said, about half of them are inexperienced Marie-Louise soldiers, young, badly equipped and untrained Frenchmen. Yeah, but I think other than that, there is not much I could do right now. I mean, pulling back line infantry out of a combat situation is a very hard thing to do anyways, unless they just run, or you tell them to just run. And then there are the guns. I mean, there's a high risk for me to lose the guns soon. We can turn one of the batteries around and then face these 4 battalions or more to the west there, from Nauheim coming. But those guns can also only do so much, right? And with the delay, I mean, Delayute shouldn't be too far away right now. He should be closing in on the Zollhaus. I mean, if everything worked fine, I believe Mamun would be here, and Delayute would now be somewhere here. It all comes down if they can reach and attack the enemy rear, or threaten them at least in time before this situation just evaporates. And well, Vincent should now be... We're in the 3rd turn, so he should now be about here somewhere. Or I guess he's talking to 3rd Division Commander, if there is 3rd Division there, which they should be. And is trying to find out what's going on here. I mean, that's another risk, right? The Austrians could turn to the east and attack these forces and prevent them from attacking the Prussian rear there. So if that happens, we are really screwed, I would say. Let's see. You should break their morale because they are Landwehr. I mean, yes, but numbers, right? Numbers are the problem here. So, as I said, I mean, the Marie-Louise, now that's a question I can't really tell if they are quality-wise comparable, sort of equal with the Landwehr. So then I have 4 battalions of more experienced forces. Yes, 4. I don't really know which one is the fleeing one there. I can't read the number, which regiment this battalion belongs to. But I have 4 sort of more experienced battalions and 3 raw. And I would say they sort of are equally good as the Landwehr. So it's not that I have like a Guard Brigade or whatever here, Grenadier Brigade concentrated. That's the issue, right? And then even if I urge my men forward now to sort of just try to go for the morale break, sort of cascading morale break of the enemy, I don't know if that gives me enough momentum to stop this advance. So what's the overall situation in the campaign? Can't see that on this map, but up here in the north there is Lindau, I think. Lindau at the Lahn. Is it Lindau? Let me double check that. Not that I'm talking stuff to you. Where is the map? Scroll it. So we've basically crossed the Rhine from the area of Mainz. And we are advancing against a vanguard. It's Limburg there, right? Let me see. A vanguard, supposedly. Enemy forces. Yes, Limburg is it. So our goal was to move in the direction of Limburg at the Lahn River, because that is sort of a very important crossing point and a cross point of several roads. And we wanted to find and pin the enemy into position, because this, our right wing, consists of 3 divisions. And then we have another wing, a left wing, which consists of 4 or even 5 divisions, some of them guard divisions, who crossed the Lahn at Nassau. And we know that some sort of battle did happen over there, but we don't know the outcome yet. We haven't received any reports. We did hear the sound of the guns. We hope they managed to cross the Lahn, and yeah, they should be now sort of circling to the east and get in the flank of the enemy, which we are supposed to hold here at this position. Hello.
What I can tell you, and what you can see, is the entire right wing of your infantry collapsing. A huge mob of soldiers just rushing from your right to your left. You try to hold them at bay, shouting commands, but the musket fire drowns it out. From what you can tell, to your front, the Prussians are stopped in check, from what you can tell, but there's a huge accumulation of smoke at this point from all the artillery firing. The dragoons to your left seem to hold the enemy infantry at bay, but that's mostly what you can see. On the right side, to the east, a tremendous amount of soldiers just rush through the smoke with an unstoppable zeal, from what you can tell from this position. That's essentially it. I'm listening.
Mm-hmm. Well, general fallback then.
What is your position that you wish to fall back to?
The hills south of Neesbach.
Do you wish to take the main road southwest of you?
That would lead us along the front of the enemy. They're coming from Nauheim. No, we should take these smaller roads to Neesbach and then cross there.
Oh, directly to the south, you mean?
Yes.
I understand. Okay.
And then, yeah, well, I will run after my men and try to ready them.
I understand. Perfect. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. So that's really bad news. That is really bad. Oops, no, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to change this one. Okay, let's see what's going on. So we have these guys breaking. The dragoons are sort of trying to hold this position, but everybody else is just gone. Unfortunately. So holding until the last man standing obviously wasn't much of an option. Now we have dragoons here. Dragoons still holding there. Now we are going to fall back, as the Prussian elan pushes these men forwards. Can't really see much because of all the smoke, but I assume they are closing in. Potentially some more of them are pushed back by artillery fire, but I can't tell. So he said that he couldn't but I can make out some more forces there. What looks like an officer will try to cross river. Okay, so he's still trying to go across this creek and try to find out what's going on here between Nesbach and Dauborn. And then we have a report from Mamund, southwest of Nauheim. So that was here. De La Jute and myself encountered a large force on the Mansfelden. What? On the Mansfelden Nauheim crossroads. Enemies here. Currently retreating. We are flanked by Baden troops. A cavalry brigade, perhaps cuirassiers, was seen redeploying to our northeast, possibly towards your position. Okay. Yeah, well then everything is sort of in scrambles now. If these guys have encountered the enemy here and are now retreating, that's bad. That is really bad. And Mahmoud, send another dispatch to the west. They should be. It is 0900. I'm still north of Nesbach. Received your reports. My brigade is mostly broken. Falling back to hill south of Nesbach. So general defensive position. Where can we re-establish our line? The question is also in which sort of formation are these guys falling back now? Because if we move out of this position, which we are doing anyways, in one way or another, these units will become free to sort of swing to the southwest and attack them, right? In the flank. There's another. It doesn't say who sent it, but I guess that's De La Jute, another dispatch. And I sent another one to to Vincent. On 900. Where might Vincent be? We do not know because we still haven't received any word from him. First and second division. Heavily engaged. Falling back. So this is a bit, yeah, subpar, because I'm now giving him orders to countermarch the way he came, sort of, to support us here. But what can we do if we have? So the reports say we have Baden troops here somewhere at these crossroads, and gun batteries, probably from Nauheimer Höhe, I'm not sure, and cuirassier brigades, which are pulling in this direction to reinforce this attack, or to write a flanking attack on these brigades. It's really, yeah, that's really tough. I'm not sure how bad our scouting must have been to maneuver in such a position, but that's something to talk to Otto about after the game, right? Nothing to bother about now. Now we need to focus on what to do in this horrible situation. That's really bad. And my brigade initially was supposed to be sort of the reserve to be relocated where needed to deal the final blow. But with the situation we found ourselves in, moving in relatively blindly because of the limited communication that happened between the divisions, yeah, we decided to stage an attack, but obviously that went horribly wrong. Yes, saving the forces is paramount. That is absolutely right. It is a campaign. Players should always think about that, of course, and have that in mind, but especially because it is a campaign, I need to save the men. And it's just, yeah, I can see it's just, we're just scrambling right now. Oh, good boy. So everybody is just, it's a big mess. Everybody is just rotting. Big chaos. I'm trying to rally these men, these guys over here. Hello.
Hello.
This is a very bad situation.
Oh yes, you can say that again. Well, at least my dragoons appear to be holding together as far as covering the retreat.
Mm-hmm.
But that does not make it any better.
Nope.
Welcome to the shit show. It's 9:50.
Yeah.
What you can tell. Essentially, it's chaos on the south side of the hill. Bertrand, you have tried to organize a general retreat. Directed your guns on the road to the position south of Niesbach. However, the road just south of you was overrun by infantry, so you decided to send those guns southwest as a mad dash. Otherwise, they would have been captured and bogged down. The dragoons of the 23rd try to hold that road until the artillery clears out, and from what you can tell, they are successful. In regards to your infantry, they are being chased by Prussian troops pouring in from the east, while Duval tries to organize his dragoons into basically hit-and-run squadrons to try to hold a Prussian line and let your mob of infantry on the south pass. You try to direct them to the road southwest of you, and from what you can tell, you are kind of successful, but you hear shouts of people saying, "Save yourselves." People looking for ammunition. You have no idea where your flags are, and so on and so forth. Duval, you would know this information because you would be communicating. So the 30th Dragoons have formed a sort of beachhead on that main road that goes over the river. One dragoon, one half regiment is on this side, and the other is on the other side. They're trying to secure that so that the infantry can pass. And as you are doing this, you look west, you hear shouts and gunfire, tremendous gunfire, and you see a column of French running for their lives to the southeastern direction on the main road. I am awaiting your orders, gentlemen.
Wait, so further to the west, as in the men of 2nd Division or 1st Brigade, I suppose.
Yes, I've received reports that the 1st Brigade, 1st Division, and 1st Brigade, 2nd Division ran into an enemy position right at the crossroads between Mansfeld and Nauheim, and are under heavy artillery fire and threatened by cuirassiers, and it appears that they are breaking as well.
Well,
I am awaiting your orders.
Yikes. How many dragoons do I currently have with me here? Have I lost more units? I can't quite. I believe I can see 5 squadrons
What you
here.
can tell, you have all 4 squadrons in this mob somewhere.
Okay.
The 30th is in the beachhead. The rest are basically trying to have this rearguard action to save as much of the infantry as possible and restore order.
Okay. Cool. My orders are 30th. Continue to hold that beachhead across the river there, because that's an important point, and all the rest of mine keep up the hit and run and spread out further to cover that gap that I see like immediately to our east, so that the full area of retreat is covered.
I understand.
And I will continue to follow Bertrand wherever he goes.
Okay, Bertrand?
I guess I'm stuck in the crowd of routing men.
Trying to organize them and at least get them in the direction you wish to go. Yes. Well, if that would be all, gentlemen, thank you for your inputs.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll be back.
Oh yeah, this is a disaster. Because if they're doing poorly on the left as well, then it's just a mess.
Yeah, I've still not received any reports from Vincent in the west, so I don't know if 3rd Division is there, if they are fighting or not. I've given him orders to sort of turn back a countermarch and help us if he can in any way, but yes, so
do we know anything of what's happening in the south with near Oran or wherever that was happening?
No reports received. I guess the divisional supply trains should start moving anyways, even if that takes forever. And
so I suppose the way you have very little command and control of your forces at this point, but we just need to keep pulling back to the south, and I will do my best to keep us from getting encircled. I don't actually know what their strength is on the other side of that stream because I couldn't get any scouts across there, but I figured deploying 30th Regiment there would at least be a good idea.
Yeah. Don't really see to where else we could sort of try to fall back. Probably more to the west than to.
I think it needs to be almost directly south, because if First Brigade is also collapsing, we don't know how that is going. So it may have to be down to those smaller trails I see going south from this main road, southwest of Niesbach.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds reasonable. Ah, a message from Szymanowski, Niedereisen. I've made contact with Vincent, and I must ask for your orders and general battle plan. Yeah, well, wasn't Vincent supposed to tell him? We have 2 brigades of cavalry, and we are currently skirmishing with about 4 battalions of Austrian cavalry, plus an unknown number of forces. Oh well.
Do you know when that was sent?
0900.
Oh, okay.
That took a long time then to get the cavalry over there. So that seems then only to be a cavalry division of the cavalry brigade of third division. That's unfortunate. Okay, so with the campaign in mind, I guess I will order the supply train to start moving to the west via Kaltenholzhausen, Hahnstetten, and get somewhere there to Lorheim or whatever. And we, as you suggested, fall back to the south into these hills, and then from there we manage to sort of stabilize our position, try to cover the movement of the supplies, and then also retire to the west, maybe along this creek valley there, along Netzbach. That could be a position, and then behind the river.
Oh, I see. Alright. That sounds like a fine plan.
Then I will send a dispatch to all commanders.
Right.
Gentlemen, is everyone here?
Mahmoud.
Duval?
Yes, I just got pummeled, and the layout is quite in a pickle.
Just a question. Duval, are you here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, beautiful. Here's the quick recap of what's happening right now. Bertrand, you are trying to lead your infantry to this hill, organizing them. From what you can tell, they are forming up, but it's going to take a long time until everybody finds their officers and subordinates. Duval, your orders were to cover the retreat of the infantry, and from what you can tell, your dragoons are holding the enemy at bay. And the bridge, from your position, looking over the bridge, it is protected, and French infantry is pouring over it. Du Marmont, you, as you were falling back to the position you were looking for, you saw these two officers dashing through the smoke and the fire, shouting orders, trying to organize the men, and you decide to link up with them. You are now united as the 1st Division. I am awaiting your orders.
So I guess those of my men which I can rally, they need to sort of cover this position. Everybody else who is still running needs to move to the southwest into the hills and try to get into formation there. And the division supplies, they need to start moving via Kaltenholzhausen to Lorheim, please.
Just a second.
Is there any report from 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, from Oren?
Let me check one more time if they have anything for you.
These are the guys who were sent to screen the supplies against the cavalry.
Once again, what was that?
These were the guys who were sent south to screen the supplies at Kirberg against the enemy cavalry.
And whose command is that?
Delayute.
Well, let me check once more, but you don't really have any information from Delayute.
The layout, from what I've seen, was holding back the enemy infantry. He will be losing shortly.
Yeah.
He gave me command of his guns, so I've got some of this of his guns. They made it away, and he will not hold long. I believe he's got 3 battalions or something. He will not hold long.
I see.
I am waiting your orders.
So the plan, if I heard correctly, so we are supposed to regroup southwest of the hill we are currently on.
Yes, in these hills, they're between Heringen and Kirberg, basically.
All right. Well, then I'll try to order my men to retreat, to fall back on those positions on the hill between Heringen and Kirberg, the first one east of Heringen.
I understand.
So, and the guns also going with them.
Okay.
All right, and if Bertrand does not object, I would like to ride out to join the rest of my dragoons now. I'll have them continue to cover this bridge here for as long as it is needed, and then stretch out the screen to cover our retreat, basically west from there. That's the line of the screen, of course it is, and just follow with any retreating forces. And I would like to move to more of a centralized position in regards to my dragoons.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps I see there's a hill there that's like south of the road, west of Niesbach. That could be a good spot.
Just a second. Let me find that hill. That is on the other side of the river, south of, let's say, Nauheim, west of Niesbach, and just northeast of Heringen, right?
Yes.
That big ass hill.
Yes, Giant Hill could be a good position to see what's going on in front.
Mm-hmm.
All
Okay,
right, those are all my orders.
I understand. If that would be all, gentlemen, I'll be back.
What a big man.
Yep. I held about half an hour.
And just so you know, in the west there is only the cavalry brigade from the 3rd Division, it appears.
All right.
So, yeah.
So
They
when
were near Midsfelden, is that right? Or are they further west? Oh wait, no, they were near
Niederneisen, I think.
Niederneisen. Yeah, my mistake.
So what's coming down the road? From what I could tell, is 2 brigades of infantry, lots of guns, and 1 of heavy cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't go well, as you can see.
Yeah, and we faced, I'd say at least 3 brigades of infantry, plus guns, and some of their infantry being grenadiers.
Oh. So what's the plan once we regroup in the hills? We just hold as low as you can. So
Hold for a while so that the supplies can get moving. And
right.
then we will retire to the west. Another fallback line is Netzbach there, this creek valley.
All right.
And if they keep pressing us, we will fall back across the further to the west and deploy
Towards
defensive
Rankein
line
and
there.
such. All right.
Yes. Guess that's all we can do.
Yep.
On a strategic level, since I'm not familiar with the rest of the campaign, are there other French forces nearby that we can move towards?
I mean, 3rd Division was supposed to be somewhere there, and they were ordered to do the flanking attack. I don't know where their main body is. The infantry, no idea. And that's all we have in this sector. The other forces are relatively far away. So we were sort of supposed to pin the enemy here in this position as soon as we encountered them, and then the other army wing, which has I think 4 or 5 divisions, would then swing in from the west and attack the enemy flank. Yeah, and we
And
heard
that would be
some
off
battle
this
sounds.
map, I would assume.
Yeah, far off the map. We heard some artillery barrages, but we don't know the outcome. So they crossed the Lahn at Nassau, I think, and then sort of turned east and have encountered some enemy forces, but I don't know what happened there. Yes, but if we had known that the enemy was that strong here, we would certainly not have tried to attack them anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that was unfortunately a surprise.
Well, we were deployed already a bit more forward, and then the general plan was to sort of fall back during the night, let the enemy sort of sicker in or push after us, and then do this flanking attack via the Zollhaus. But yeah, if there are so many enemy forces, we can't do that. And to explain the questions in the chat, no, I'm not originally the commander-in-chief here. I'm just filling the spot because our division commander and sort of ad hoc corps commander is not able to play with us today.
This is unrelated, but Bertrand, I like your no pasaran message on your Discord thing. Were you working on something Spanish Civil War related or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm actually doing. So I'm interested in the Spanish Civil War, just on a sort of hobby basis. I'm actually a historian, but I've never specialized in the Spanish Civil War. That's just a sort of side interest for me. And what I find so interesting about it are the very complex social, political dimensions of it.
Yeah, it was a very interesting situation for sure.
Yeah, and as it happened 2 weeks ago was the Consum Game Jam, which is an online game jam where you meet up with random folks from the internet and try to develop a board game prototype in just 3 days.
Oh wow, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And so we were teams of 3 and had some restrictions, so we needed to, in this case it was actually a sort of card game, limitations on use only cards, use only so many other components, but no game board. And then we were discussing in the team which sort of topic we could use for that. And as I had researched the Spanish Civil War for some time, because I had some ideas for a board game though, in mind, I said, well, if we have the research already, that spares us some time, let's just do that. And everybody was happy with that. So we actually developed a prototype for a sort of politically focused card game / board game that emphasizes the political struggle within the pro-Republican factions.
That sounds really cool.
Yeah, and we are still working on that, so that's good.
That's awesome. I would be curious to learn more about it, or like how the game is formatted and stuff. I'd heard of game jams before, but only from like a software development side, not like Consum board game type stuff. So that's cool. My roommate actually in senior year of college was archaeology major, and he was doing his senior thesis on the Spanish Civil War.
Oh,
so,
cool.
Even though it's not something I myself have studied to that great extent, it was something that my roommate and I would discuss from time to time because he was working on that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He actually did some archaeology work in Spain a few years back on, I don't remember exactly where it was, but one of the battlefields somewhere near Madrid, I believe. But yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Cool. Yeah, I'll let you know once we are in an open playtest.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, feel free to like message me or send stuff. I'd be interested.
Because we've basically sort of 3 decks of cards, event cards. So it's like a card-driven game, obviously, with events, and there he goes.
Hello there.
Hello.
It's 9:45. You've managed to organize most of the infantry that was following you, getting them in line, the officers finding their subordinates, men rallying on flags, and they seem to be getting organized. You see, if you look to the northwest, that the enemy has halted, possibly tired from the fighting. They do not wish to pursue you, from what you can tell. You have seen Duval ride across the main road, round up all the dragoons, and move to the position indicated on the westernmost point. As well as you've sent a courier south to Kierberg to ask about the troops holding the supplies. They report that the supplies are in good shape. They have fought off 2 waves of enemy light cavalry. One of them being dragoons, and the other one possibly being lancers without lances. They're not sure. That's most of it. Do you have any special orders? Oh, also the Marmont. The Marmont instructed his 2 batteries of 6-pounders to move to a hill southwest, and rode to the western side of your position to round up his infantry.
Sounds good. And otherwise, no, I guess I have to stay for at least 1, not 2 more turns here in this position. So ready the men, get them back into formation, and I don't know if we have some
consolidate your position.
Yeah. If we have some alcohol, give them.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. At least the enemy takes a break here. That is a little relief. I mean, they fought now for how long? Almost 2 hours. So that is expected. But anyways. So we don't know what these guys are doing. We don't know where 1st Brigade 2nd Division exactly is right now. These guys will all be rallied up again, I assume. Maybe I shouldn't even bother putting down these disruption markers anyway. At this scale, it doesn't make much sense for me to track all the disruption on the enemy. Okay, there's that. These guys are probably back in the ranks, and there should be Cuirassier Brigade somewhere here. They have fended off 2 waves of attacks, which is good news. Now we only need to get this brigade out of the fray, establish the defensive line here. And then as soon as we know that a significant part of the supplies is moving, then we will start falling back to the west. Because the supplies are taking this road here, down here and then over there. So we are screening them effectively. From Nauheim, I suppose I should add some additional information. I rode ahead on a scouting mission to the Bucherfeld. I found a large number of Austrian forces around Linter, Limburg, Dietz, and Freiendietz, and withdrew while conducting a delaying action. However, my infantry forces have engaged the enemy south in the vicinity of Lichtenwald. Lichtenwald? Where is that?
And I forgot something very important. I'm sorry about that.
What is it?
Just as you're organizing, you see a glimpse of smoke from the direction of the battlefield, but then you realize that it's a lot further than the battlefield. Maybe double the distance? You can't really tell, but it's far away. But it's a huge black smokestack to the northwest.
Okay.
That's most of it.
Okay. Huh. To the northwest. So is Linter ablaze, or what is it? Let's continue reading the message. My infantry have engaged the enemy south in the vicinity of Lichtenwald around Mudershausen and have taken significant casualties. This leads me to conclude that we may be outflanked. I'm charging Austrian forces in the direction from Niederneisen to Mansfelder Kopf. So he is engaged here with the cavalry. And somewhere to the south, he's fighting and has taken losses. But I don't know. And the Lichtenwald, so it's down here. How was that even possible? Oh God. I must say I can't really make much sense of the situation if I compare it to the overall situation of what I know from the campaign. We had the regular sort of meetings with our commanders and with the corps commander. I guess that's the friction of war, right? The chaos. Enemy forces to our southwest. How did they get there? Have taken significant casualties. Yeah, I think our corps is basically no longer in a position to really put up a fight. It didn't go well, yeah, you can say that. Basically, supply depot defense versus Prussia. No. I mean, that's what we are at right now, but that wasn't the idea. The overall of the French army, you mean? That would be... What's his name? So it's Sam Miller, but what is his name in the campaign? Maréchal something. Martin Renault. He's an overall command. And overall command of the sector here would be Achilles as de la Perrière, who, as I said, unfortunately is not able to be with us today. So for Commissar John, we encountered the enemy. The problem was, first of all, we only had very limited communication between the divisions, although that sort of would have been paramount to adjust our strategy. So until a few days ago, I think basically 2 days ago, when we already faced the enemy here, we didn't know anything about 3rd Division, which is here on our left flank, sorry. And as I just now learned, they are fighting a sort of defensive combat here, pointing to the southwest. So we have enemy forces coming up from the south, which I'm not sure how on earth they could have moved there, but they are there anyways. And they have some cavalry here and charging enemies there. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they can do some damage on them. We had a report. The report from the day before just said they encountered some Austrians and fought with them. And 2nd and 1st Brigade came up so 2nd Brigade came up the chaussee basically here, and we came along this road, I think Kaltenholzhausen and then Kirberg and then into this area here, when 2nd Division was basically deployed here like so. Forces here, infantry here, some cavalry, some more infantry on the flanks. And they were identifying Prussian cavalry screen, Prussian infantry advance, and Prussian cavalry probing. And then sort of later on retiring to the southeast. As it turns out, we have at least 2 enemy infantry divisions. There must be 3. 2 Prussian infantry divisions here in this area. We have a Baden division here with cavalry support, might be more. And we have Austrian forces in this area. So we were from the get-go heavily outnumbered here. I don't know why we couldn't scout their numbers in beforehand, but the idea was because our general objective is for our corps is to pin the enemy, and the overall plan for the army is to sort of destroy the enemy vanguard if we can and delay them so that the emperor can move the bulk of the army across the Rhine, right? And organize a new army over there. So the situation was to us, as we didn't know about the numbers of the enemy, that we should pull back into this position, basically here, let the enemy attack us, and then stage a counterattack here and into the enemy flank, with support of 3rd Division, which we believe to be in strength and able to support us. Turn out we were here in the center heavily outnumbered, and well, things fell apart from the first minute, basically. So now we are trying to save what is still alive of our corps, of the 2 divisions we had here, get our divisional supplies that are located at Kirberg out of the way, and bring them behind a defensive line, which is the Ahr River here, as best as we can. Although the fact that we are threatened from the south, it doesn't really provide a more, what should I say, positive, hopeful situation over there. So I don't know. Yes, right. Our overall who made this battle plan was Bazaine. No, that's not true. That was La Perrière. Bazaine is also not here, but that's true. I was French 2nd Division. Why are you dead? Oh, so...
Hello, mister.
Hello.
It is 10 o'clock. You have managed to organize most of the infantry. As you can see on the second screenshot, this is the state of your troops. Whatever happened. People dropped backpacks, dropped muskets. You're not entirely sure what happened and what didn't happen. You've spent most of these 15 minutes just organizing troops into neat little columns and files, getting to recognize the troops, distributing ammo and muskets.
Yeah.
This is the fighting force you are commanding, as well as the contingent to the south that's defending your main supply. From what you can tell, the enemy is mobilizing on the northwest by the bugle calls and the general sound of marching and smoke just rising, or dirt, dust, more like it. But that should be mostly it.
All right. Well, we need to deploy in a sensible formation now.
Could you do that as a screenshot then?
I'm trying.
Thank you kindly if you do. And I'll be back.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So I just have a big mix of whatever sort of units around here. So we have 2 batteries. And now let's see, 3 of these ammo markers. anyways. The supply train seems to be emptied. Now we have 2 battalions of those.
So once again, if you could send me the screenshot, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull together the battalions.
Don't have any more questions, then you can ping me if you want.
Yeah, but I can just basically draw my deployment and go a bit quicker for you.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, thank you. How many battalions are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 2 cavalry squadrons. So then we place 3 and 3, keep 2 in reserve, and that's it. And deploy skirmishers. Skirmisher. Guns on the road. 3 battalions on their left. 3 battalions on their right. 2 battalions in reserve. Skirmishers along the line. Yeah, fog of war. Yeah, that is important too. Yeah, so don't tell me what happened. That's not that's not what I meant with that. Yeah, exactly. We need to keep up the fog of war absolutely as best as we can. Although that is not 100% possible with these. With these sort of campaigns. So there's another dispatch. I can see that basically nothing remains of Tilayute's forces, and the north is swarming with coalition troops. There's a brigade of Baden troops that appear especially organized to pursue us, and the Prussians appear to be holding back. I will continue to cover our retreat and delay. Tremendous amount of smoke seen to the northwest. Yeah, something seems ablaze. One can hope that this is an indication of Sam Miller doing his thing, but we don't know. Probably not, because he should probably be much further away. So, again, I need 1, 2, 3 battalions of these guys. With skirmishers. Have we pieces for skirmishers? Couriers, pickets, unknown. Well, pickets then, huh? Oh. Hope there's nobody with motion sickness in the chat. Otherwise, I do apologize. Want the guns like here. Then what else do we have? These guys seem to be gone or somewhere else. Potentially move them away. We have 23rd Regiment of Cavalry. What is your objective? Yeah, now it has become survive. Of the 23rd. basically these squadrons, they should probably be reduced. Move this one over again. Duval is over there as well, of course. Then what else do we have? We have 1 battalion of the 50th Regiment. To whomever it might belong. Here, that's a Delayute. And that's actually in pretty good shape. From the 37th, I can see 2 battalions. Let's keep them in reserve. Don't know where these guys went. Let's say they hopefully are down here, if not completely dispersed. I guess my supply is empty. And 69 and 121. 69. Uh, 69. It's here. And 121st Mammut. But that is reduced. Yes, it is. No, it didn't go well at all. That's the big issue. So, just another recap. We initially, let's do that. We initially were deployed with forces in sort of this position. 2nd Division, then 1st Division arrived. We were pulling back onto, and we had like brigades here. That was mine in reserve. Then we pulled back to basically this line here, like so, to pull the enemy in our direction because we didn't know their numbers. And then plan to stage a counterattack through here and a massed attack along this road in their flank and against the Austrians over here. Because we assumed 3rd Division would be in mass available here and able to attack them as well. Turned out, neither was true. The enemy outnumbered us from the get-go. They were in pretty good positions to outflank my brigade, which was supposed to lead the attack, but turned out to be outnumbered 3-1 from the very beginning. So we were basically crushed at this hill here between Nauheim and Neesbach. Fell back, like routed, fell back to this position, now reformed. The corps supply is ordered to move to the west. We had some Prussian cavalry threatening our rear, but they have been repulsed. And we've basically, in this position here, lost 3 brigades, I would say. I mean, you can see I've sort of number-wise reformed a brigade here, but that is not in a good shape, and the remaining forces are hopefully rallying somewhere here. I don't know what's left of Delahute's brigade. Actually, it didn't sound too well. We have a cavalry brigade here and one over here, which we sent to make contact with 3rd Division. Once they did, we finally found out that up here at Flach there's only a cavalry brigade of that division, which is currently attacking Austrian forces here, and their main infantry body is down here, and we even have enemy forces attacking us from the southwest, although I have not the tiniest idea how the enemy could have gotten there in the first place. But anyway, that is where we are at. We are now just trying to survive, as has been mentioned already, and saving as many men of our divisions as we can. Because, as I said, this is a campaign game, so we need to, if we want to continue this campaign, we need to save our men, right, as best as we can. And hope that the left wing of the army can exploit the situation as planned by the overall commander and hit the enemy flank. I don't know how much more forces the enemy might have to throw against us, or still has in reserve to face the left wing. Yeah, that sort of kind of looks like the deployment. Seems there are 2 more small battalions here, but I don't know which they are. Doesn't really matter. That's just details.
It is 10:15.
All right.
You're present, yes. You
Yes.
have managed to get the units in order, shuffle ammunition between them, set the most effective fighting line up, as you can see. However, just in the middle of that, you hear tremendous artillery fire. It feels like the entire hill is shaking to the northwest, but you're not entirely sure. It seems like a fog is set in, but it might be just dust. So the artillery occupying the road returns fire in the general direction of the artillery, but your spotters don't really see where the enemy guns are. From what you can tell, the Prussians aren't mobilizing on the northern side. However, you see fleeing dragoons just on the other side, on the west. That's mostly it.
I guess I leave the western battalions here and start sending, the eastern, east of the road here, and send the west of the road to the west to stabilize the situation over there.
Meaning taking the southwestern road and going around the region, or where?
Yeah, right.
I don't quite understand what your intentions are.
Creek. Yeah, so basically to the direction of the southwest, and if there is a commander, just get under his command and help establishing a defensive line there.
I understand. Okay. Thank you kindly.
Thanks. So, kind of curious why you decided to attack if you are to only delay. Because the sort of overall goal of this campaign is to counterattack the enemy, the coalition vanguard, right? So the French army is retreating across the Rhine to reform, rebuild, and the Emperor has decided to throw a, let's say, 2 to 3 corps worth of troops army against the pursuers, against the enemy vanguard, which is made of Prussian, Austrian, Russian, Baden, and whatever else coalitionary forces there are troops. And based on the intelligence we had, we thought it possible to, in the small scale here, deal a blow against the enemy, because we didn't know their numbers, obviously. For some reason that was hidden to us. Not sure if the cavalry couldn't really probe forward or what the issue was there. So our overall commander here, the commander who would have been today as well the commander of 1st Division, is also the commander of the right-wing corps, decided to, based on the information we had, to try to deal a little counter blow and then sort of retire. And that included the assumption that 3rd Division would be able to attack here, because based on the little communication we had from them, that indicated that they were in this position here, indicated on the map by the drawing, and able to attack the Austrians. Yeah, I don't know. That's something, as I said earlier, to discuss with Otto, why we would be in a position with enemies so close by, formed and so close, without us knowing, right? Because they were basically just a few hundred meters away. It's like less than a kilometer. So all this movement would have been, I mean, we should have been able to see what's going on and which amount of forces the enemy is deploying here in some way. I know there are hills and all that, but anyways, we have cavalry probing left and right and skirmishing with the enemy already for 1 or 2 days here at Warschau and along this line. So I'm not sure if that's quite realistic to be that blind against an enemy force you are fighting for a while now, at least probing for a while. So that might be something to consider for the campaign or scenario setup in general for the future. Not just because it just like now hit us, but just in general, I think it's unreasonable to have like 2 divisions worth of enemy infantry deployed in your face without you knowing. But that's part of Kriegsspiel, right? Learning for everybody and discussing how reasonable that was. Maybe it was, maybe it was not. Of course, we just started. I mean, we started at what time? 0800, right? So that should have been daylight. Should have been 0600, maybe. Hello.
That to quickly clarify, are you moving your artillery as well?
Not for now, no.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
So, I mean, as we were getting set up and into position, we should have seen 2 divisions of enemy infantry moving up in our direction, right, and deploying in our front and on our flank. So that's what sort of irritates me, how that would be reasonable to not know, to not recognize. Even if there's morning fog or whatnot, you hear the men marching if they are so close by. But well, that's the situation. That's where we are at. That's, as I said, something to discuss afterwards. Now we just have to deal with how things are. Oh. You know, I can see that the umpire wants the players to be engaged from the beginning. So set the opposing teams up in a way that contact is made quickly, but needs to be in a reasonable to a reasonable degree, right? And I mean, these armies are not marching around blindly. So yeah, there's that. But don't get me wrong. It's not just. It's not that I think that Otto made a big mistake here, or that is proof of, I don't know, bad umpiring or whatever. That's not my point. It's just analyzing the situation and what we could learn from that. I mean, suggestions for Otto to maybe think about that and change that on future games. Because, as I always say, and as I have said before in the stream, Kriegsspiel is first of all a learning experience, although it's sort of fun and enjoyable and a tense game. It's a learning experience anyway for everybody involved. That's the main purpose of it. So no ill will there, just thinking about the situation. All right. I'm also not sure for how much longer the enemy could actually reasonably continue the attack. I mean, they are pushing in once again. The Prussians are moving into Nesbach, and they are staging an attack here. Yeah, of course, I can't see all these forces because they are... I mean, I should be able to see them. They are not even 6 squares away from hill to hill. That should be possible to look over the rooftops of Nesbach here if I interpret the map height lines correctly. Maybe I'm mistaken there. Probably it's all very much more flat terrain than I would assume, but there's that. Okay, so these guys are moving via this road. And we are trying to delay the enemy once more before we fall back. How long are we playing now? That's another question. Time resolution wise. Hello.
So, it is 10:30.
Yes.
It is not looking good. As per your orders, you've sent half of your forces on the southwestern road to reinforce your western positions. In general, there was an artillery duel. It seems like the enemy has a lot more guns. You could kind of make out the positions of the artillery units. They are between the two hills to the southwest, essentially on the road. And you see a general mobilization of the Prussian forces on the other side of Niesbach. They are not in musketry range yet. It's kind of hard to make out the uniforms as well, but they are coming your way.
Mm-hmm.
As well as that, you hear musket fire to the west, far west, but you can't really make out if it's just a skirmish or a bigger battle or anything.
Okay.
For your orders.
Reports from the supply train in Kirbeck. Are they making progress?
They're holding since they were sent there. They have no trouble. They are supplied, but they didn't see enemy activity, like major enemy activity. They're just mad dashes of cavalry.
Okay, and the supply trains, are they moving to the west?
What supply trains are you?
At Kirbeck, there should be the divisional supply trains of 1st and 2nd Division.
Moving to Kelten, whatever that is?
Yeah, Kaltenholzhausen and then Lorheim, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me see.
What was the second Lorheim?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make
sure.
Okay,
so I want to send an order to the 144th Regiment that's part of the brigade down there screening the cavalry. They shall move to my position.
Just one regiment?
Yes, and the other one keeps screening.
Okay.
And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Our last reserve. 4 battalions of infantry. Do you think the role of an umpire could be outsourced to a set of algorithms to decide outcomes, or do you think there are too many? Well, you know, from one perspective you can argue, yes, you can outsource that, but I think no algorithm can provide what Kriegsspiel, like a umpired by a human, can provide, because the algorithm would have to be very complex to consider so many different factors, to add so much degree of not randomness. I mean, for the algorithm it would be randomness too, I mean, in a mathematical sense, but contingency situations, that would be very hard to process, I think, for a machine. It's all the games we have that sort of come close to these sort of simulation aspects are very abstracted, and yeah, all the interconnections and independencies are not really represented so far. So I think that might be possible at some point, you know, if ever AI becomes so capable and the computers become, so like home computers become so capable to process that might be a thing. But having a human umpire taking care of things is completely different, I think, because I mean, even with implementing, the umpires are sort of automatically, by being humans and acting as humans, are introducing more sources of friction, different, for whatever reasons. I mean, sort of simulates like terrain conditions and whatnot, like different movement rates and all that, you know. So there are a lot of things that a program would have to take into account and then alter and calculate. So, but nevertheless, I think there are ways to sort of improve or enhance umpiring by, I've been thinking about a sort of a random event deck to introduce more aspects of like order delay or command confusion, I don't know, initiative of subordinates who think, well, let's just go in, and all these kind of things for cavalry, for example. That could be something, because of course, as an umpire in live games, you are trying to keep things running. You can't just sit there and think about all possible outcomes every time. So in one way, you are getting into a tunnel vision, sort of, to try to just keep things going, which might then end in you sort of neglecting things that could potentially happen and that would sort of maybe have historically happened in a given situation. But I think if you study history, you come to the conclusion that contingency really is the core aspect of everything. So there aren't really any clear routes, you know, and I think that's the problem when it comes to algorithms. How do you tell the algorithm not to follow rules? Yes, right. The hill should have provided that. I guess it's not a massive hill. That's certainly true. We can maybe, let me take a look at Google Street View. Hello.
Well, sir, if you have any corrections or how should I put this? Jesus fucking Christ, I'm tired. I'm sorry about that. Do you have anything else to add before we conclude this phase?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oberbrechen. Let's see. Do we have some pictures here? Satellite map. I could, let me see, put this over here and turn on screen share if I have it. Display capture. There you go. So this is, I mean, of course, terrain changes over time. This is close by. This is Niederbrechen here. Niederselter. So this is our right flank. And the Limburger Straße, Limburg, Niederneisen. So we are somewhere here. Nauheim, yes, Nauheim, Werschau. That's where the enemy attack came from. Now the question is here some sort of street view position where we could get an impression of the terrain? Okay, so this is Nauheim, this is Werschau. So you see slightly rolling terrain. But I guess from a hill like that, can't really see a hill over here anymore. I guess, yeah, somewhere here maybe. You should be able to see if there are. Yeah, I mean this is rolling down south there, right here in the direction of the creek over there. So you should really be able to see divisions of troops, like 2 divisions at least, marching around. And I guess what is the... let me turn that off again. Display capture, there we go. What is the date? The date, so that we can take seasons into account. November, early November. So you could argue that there is morning fog. Don't know if we have historical weather statistics of this time, but you could argue for morning fog sort of hiding the enemy, but you would still, I mean, if they are so close and you know that they are there, you have pickets, right? You have like skirmishes moving around, trying to keep an eye on the enemy, and you would know that they are coming in one way or another. And you would hear them. And at 0800, I would say, under most conditions, the morning fog, even in early November, would be burned away already in Germany. But it will be interesting to learn afterwards why Otto might have thought this is a reasonable situation to start with. Yeah, well, I'll be in the position to tell my division commander once he's back what happened to our corps. I guess he will not be amused. But well, we did our best, right? As soon as we knew that we couldn't follow the plan, attacking through this gap here between Nauheim and Mansfelden, we pulled back, but that was already too late. God damn it, now we are shelled by the enemy batteries. We can't even see them, but everything is falling apart. Madness. Madness. So the cavalry is gone.
Hello, Mr. It is 10:45. It seems that the enemy has launched an offensive, but not before their grand battery formed. As you were inspecting possible targets, you count 40 guns, 45 guns. You're not entirely sure, but they open up. And your ragtag units, who aren't even sure if their comrades and officers are alive, decide that it's not a good day to die. They leg it to follow the infantry, possibly to the south, maybe to save their lives. You spend most of your time trying to organize them or rally them, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be a last stand for your troops.
Alright, so everybody who is still here in position is ordered to fall back to Netzbach. I will send a dispatch to the other commanders, and I will personally... Where do I go?
Did you say Netzbach?
Yes.
That is to the north.
To the west.
Oh, God, yes. I love these names. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. I understand.
I guess I moved to Kirberg to...
Assess the situation, I guess.
Yeah, and catch the regiment I've ordered to the north and redirect them personally.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and
Makes
I
sense.
will send
Okay.
a dispatch. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
$10:45. I mean, the question is, in such a situation, would you, as a corps commander, would you try to sort of negotiate a fallback, like a ceasefire with the enemy? Say, all right, we've had enough for today. Let's just lick our wounds. We're gonna go away, and then tomorrow is another day. I guess in player minds they would probably not agree. That was 2nd Brigade, yes. 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to offer. I mean, we could say, all right, we move to, I don't know, whatever city to the south and do not interfere with the combat for a given amount of time. That would be something. But on the other hand, we sort of want to pull them in our direction, right? So that the other half of the army can attack their flank. But as it stands, I mean, this is like 2 divisions rendered incapable to continue in in any sensible way in this campaign. I don't know how many steps we get back, sort of by rallying after the battle, but it's, yeah. We fought for almost 3 hours. So I would say the enemy surely also has to take some rest. So there should be a lull in the fighting soon. But so as long as they cannot bring in fresh reserves who continue the attack instead of the units that have been engaged for all the time now. But yeah. Other than that, they will probably keep pushing. Yeah, probably, right? Probably it does. Yeah, not quite as planned, not quite as planned. I guess I will step away shortly to get a little snack. I'll be back in a second.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there are a lot of us here.
Yes, there are a lot of people in this area. I do have news.
Wait, what
We
happened?
burned the supply train.
Gentlemen, 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 servants of the Emperor. This battle was a bit painful. I think we can all agree.
This was
We
very...
burned their supply train.
Yes, you burnt their supply train. That was
Yes.
good.
Hurrah.
So
It has been completely razed to the ground.
Yeah.
But as far as I understand, also I didn't get any information, so that is one. As far as I understand, we are currently we are beaten around the center, correct? And if you're retreating behind the creek, in which Nexbach and Carsten Holzhausen see.
Yes.
Therefore, the second division must be completely wrecked. Correct?
First and second, yes.
If first and second are completely wrecked. Well, the third, I ran ahead because I was doing this kind of mission. Well, my infantry brigade is all the way towards Lichtenwald, and they apparently have won a victory, but they are bloodied.
Mm-hmm.
So what I believe is happening is we have a beaten force, but we have been able. I don't know how much you guys have been able to get the supplies. We have been able to burn their supplies. So I believe they should stop their offensive operations for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, gentlemen, this battle was very bloody. For your side, at least, you had certain units fought to the death, at least, so the honor of France has been preserved. However, like, a lot of people are not going to forget this battle ever in their lives. The second division, as was mentioned, has basically been rendered combat ineffective for now. Although some stragglers may be reformed, excluding the bits guarding Kerberg who've just been chilling there the whole battle apparently. But yeah, unlike you, the coalition supply situation seems to be very funny. So well done for getting your supplies out of there. Any questions? Sorry, regarding any specific questions. That would be able to answer.
I have. How is sort of rallying handled after a battle? So will there be?
You have enough troops behind you, and the coalition have not been pressing that much. So you're getting away. Basically, the battle. Your remaining forces are getting away.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, then just one sort of remark I have is...
You're retreating southwest right now, or south, like these arrows, like I'm seeing on this map right now.
How much of First Division is still alive? Out of curiosity, I want to know how well my dragoons did it as far as keeping the men of France here to fight another day.
Okay. Who's First Division? I apologize.
First Division should be Jean-Vicent
and myself.
Wait, could you repeat that? It's Demamont. The First Division. You did very well protecting the First Division with your cavalry.
Yeah, your dragoons did tremendously well, actually.
Like, you had two entire brigades in front of you just chilling.
I think there was one instance during the entire battle where you were using your dragoons offensively and the rest was just screening duty. But
yeah,
they were amazingly organized and they did well.
Yeah,
I meant to ask more how many of Bertrand's and Marmont's men survived.
Yeah, I'm not so sure because everything is sort of mixed up.
Yeah, everything is mixed up right now. We
will need time to reorganize, and I believe I'm the senior ranking commander.
I know what Bertrand's rank is. I apologize.
I believe most people here should be General de Brigade. Yeah. I am a General de Division. So I should
you outrank them. Yeah.
Yes, I should outrank you. So I believe that we are withdrawing in good order. We should be able to reorganize our forces. Let's look at the situation at hand. We have burned their supply lines. We have burned their supply train. Our forces are beaten basically all along the line. At Lichtenwald, there are roughly to our west. There are forces, but we have achieved a victory, even at a great cost. If we are retreating that far, that means we've opened up the center. and we need to figure out what is going on the other side of the river.
Sure.
Does anyone have any suggestions and any comments and a battle report on what happened at your actual battle, at your part of the battle?
Well, we, as planned by the corps commander, or like division commander in command of our army wing here, we prepared a attack position because we didn't know how strong the enemy was apparently, and it turned out that out of a sudden at 0800 we were staring into 2 divisions worth of Prussian infantry that appeared sort of out of nowhere, and pressed hard on 1st Division 2nd Brigade, which was meant to deliver the attack. So we were immediately broken there within half an hour, I would say, and falling back to the south, while 2 brigades were meant to attack along the main road and sort of swing into the flank of the Prussians and into the flank of the Austrians. They ran into a massive battery and forces at the crossroads immediately, so they were shattered as well. And then it was just a scrambling game for us to get into the hills here and pull together our running men. And suggestion-wise, from the plan of de la Perrière, I would say we should, I mean, of course, we would open the main road to the south. I believe we should move west behind the R River, where your forces are located, stabilize to the south. However, I don't have an idea how the enemy got there in the first place, but anyway, but the R River should be a good defensible ground for us right now.
It should be a good defensive line, but we do have forces to our west. I also believe that the enemy should not be able to commit to do any sort of offensive operations in the area, irrespective of the casualties that we took, because we have indeed burned their supply train.
Yeah, I'm not sure though how far our supplies managed to get out of Kilberg already.
I imagine most of them. As far as
the amount of your supply train lost is minimal.
Okay.
Right now, the vast majority has gotten out.
That's
yes. So I believe they should. Their offensive operation should stop. Withdrawing behind the R sounds like a decent idea, but we also have to deal with the fact that we have a force directly to our west. And importantly, if that force is directly to our west, it must have crossed somewhere else. I also wonder, if that force got in our west, then what the fuck is going on with the guard?
Yeah, I guess they were too far away to prevent that crossing. I mean, if the enemy was able to get that far south already.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I've not been able to get into my division and get a good grasp on it. But I imagine that I would like us to convene at some point and organize a cohesive plan to deal with the forces. Yeah, once we retreat behind the R and we have bought ourselves the safety of having burnt their supplies.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we should pounce on the troops that are to our west, if they are still there. We should be. This is.
Can you tell me where they were? Is it the Wasenbach area, or where are they?
They said around Lichtenhausen. Let me check the dispatch, because they did give me some fairly solid information.
Lichtenwald would already be to our south.
It is already to our south, even accounting for the odd. You can see it on the map, but it does imply that they were extremely far south, which is worrisome. The dispatch said, 1st and 2nd Brigade have taken severe casualties after contact with the enemy. Inflicted casualties are known, but the enemy has withdrawn northwards. 6th Infantry Regiment has been wiped out. We are now based out of Rückeshausen. So they are a little bit south to us. We will need to communicate with them and say, hey, we have suffered a tactical defeat, but a strategic victory. and we will need to, and I need to communicate with that and make sure that we can have a grand meeting of the generals to make a plan, essentially.
Yeah, agreed. Mm-hmm.
I believe all our current plans have failed, and we may have stopped them from advancing south, but that is only a small victory because, and we are starting them out. But that is only a small victory. They are going to have more reinforcements coming, and if the guard can't do anything, I believe we are indeed screwed.
Yeah, the problem is we don't know what's going on with the guard. We heard the sound of the guns, so there was some sort of battle, but where
I do believe that there was a battle there. Yes.
Yeah. So I would say that's a plan then. Let's get west of the R, deploy a defensive line along the river there. Let's meet all generals at Lorheim, and that would allow then.
I believe I'm going to send a dispatch to General Donnay to meet us at Lorheim for a grand meeting of the generals and a general planning.
Mm-hmm. And then with these forces to our southwest, I mean, that should now allow us then to cut them off in the best case.
Ideally, yes. No. Ideally, we should be able to reduce these forces, and we bought ourselves enough time by the burning of the supplies that we should be safe for a few. Mm-hmm. Does anyone else have any additional thoughts? Or any additional comments? Or any
questions?
Yes.
Yeah, I've a question, something to discuss with Otto though, or with Rankein, but that's just setup related, not strategy.
If it's setup, it's probably for Otto.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in this case, thank you everyone for playing. It was a joy to umpire this battle. It was great fun. I hope you had as much fun as we did in the umpire team.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I bid you a good evening.
To you as well.
All the best.
Take care.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Condor.
All right, and there we have it. Yeah. We'll have, I mean, I can't say for sure how much we lost in this battle and how much is going to rally back into the ranks and all this stuff. We will have to see that in the after battle reports we get from the umpires and the campaign. Did we achieve something? Yes, with destroying the supplies, that is certainly something. And getting our supplies out, I was a bit nervous about that, I must say. So now with the option to potentially cut off and isolate an enemy division, I assume it's just a division, maybe it's more. That could be something. Also, if we have really taken that many casualties, I mean, Rankein said it, we lost some battalions completely. Then it might be hard to do both, right? Protect the river and do anything about the forces to the south there. At least sort of in an offensive way in destroying them, forcing them to surrender at best. So very interesting outcome, very interesting development of the campaign. We don't know what's going on with the 4 divisions north of the Lahn. We haven't heard a word from them. Yeah, so that will be interesting to see how it plays out. Because I must say, I personally, I wasn't happy about the general strategy of sending 3 divisions in this on the right flank and then putting a river in between the army and have 4 or 5 divisions marching on the other side. But that's what the overall commander decided to do, so I'm looking forward to hopefully see some success with that. He's kind of loud. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That was Rankein probably. Sorry about that. Should have adjusted that. Okay. So well then, thank you everybody for watching today. If you are not already a member of the International Kriegsspiel Society, go to our website kriegspiel.org and click on the link to the Discord server. You're very welcome to join us and play. And we will see you. What does Marshall always say? We will see you on the next adventure, I guess.